I'm not sure if I'm live. Okay, should be live now. Should be live. Can you guys hear me? How's it going, everyone? Hey, Theo. Well, yeah, your name hasn't changed much. Hopefully everyone's been doing good. No, definitely can't. Yeah, I'm gonna be probably redoing my channel as well. It's gonna be renamed, or I might make another channel for specific topics, a little bit more in depth on overclocking, the cooling aspect, going over graphics cards, a little more in depth instead of just me talking about it and trying to explain it simply. I'll be going over like the theory onto it, the maths onto it, going over a whole bunch of different things. And I should probably warm up the soldering iron here. I already got the hoof tip just in case we're gonna need it. Probably will. I'm gonna disassemble this card here, and we're gonna do some measurements. Resistance. Yeah. And my channel right now, I've gone over stuff, but I try to simplify it. I'm not really going over how it's actually working, and that can be beneficial for some people, right? Maybe helps them learn a bit more. It's just there's so much that goes involved with PC hardware, especially overclocking, right? There's basic overclocking, intermediate overclocking, more advanced overclocking, and then you got the extreme and elite overclocking, right? And that's when cooling becomes a thing, uh, modifying hardware, learning about what makes the certain hardware, certain architecture work the best. There's a lot that goes involved with that. And yeah, I've already taken apart a couple of cards, and I have a card in the system right now. I'm using an old system right now. Unfortunately, my Z690 motherboard broke, so I'm on an old hardware right now until I get it replaced or fix it up. Something with the switching frequencies wrong with it, so I'm gonna say controller. I have to fix it up or replace it. I've already fixed up a GTX 670 that was broken. I did that. I think that was yesterday. Didn't take me that long actually to fix. So this is an RX 580. This is not fixable right now for me. I need to get some certain. I need to get stencils basically. I need to get stencils for the memory on this one here, and then also might get stencils for the actual cores as well for a whole bunch of different GPUs, so that way I can reball everything, because this card might need it. I'll go over this card in a bit here to show what is wrong with it. It's actually kind of funny, but just by looking at it, I mean, you can see it's kind of unhappy. No, yeah, the Z690 boards aren't cheap. I mean, when that board came out, it was like 600 bucks, around 600 bucks. So, not cheap. Hey, how's it going there, Dan? Yeah, this is the XFX RX 580. Card's in decent shape. It's just it's a little sad, as you can see. And yeah, there's as you can see, this memory chip and this memory chip have been cleaned up, and that's for a reason. And I'll have to zoom in to show, and then I'll show this in a bit here when I get this card taken apart. Why I can't fix this right now. But yeah, this one's sad. This one's very sad. Oh, it's more than bent. That one's rough. All right, so we're gonna take apart this one. This is an XFX R7800 series. This is a 7850, and it's in rough shape, as you can see. It's in rough shape. These cards are awesome because they're all metal. These are all metal. Yeah, sorry for the ads. I guess I should have taken off the ads for this one. But yeah, this is all metal design on this here. The cooler is all metal. Every part on this card is metal. There's no plastic, which is really nice. Well, except for the fan. But yeah, this is the Ghost XFX 7850. No, no more passive cooling, just more robust in a way. I mean, it doesn't help any means. Just because there's thermal mass around it does not mean it's going to help. It means it will actually be worse for it because it's holding heat onto the card, right? Where plastic has very bad thermal transfer, metal has a higher, right? Even though this is just, I'm pretty sure steel and aluminum. Yo, gah, the man who sent me all these graphics cards. There's a few. I know I said I was gonna stream tomorrow, but I figured I'd do a small stream tonight and then do a stream tomorrow. You can definitely go higher end than this card, that's for sure. This card's fairly old. Fairly old card. Okay, that should be all the screws for this. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. So, there's the card disassembled. Four-phase card. Four-phase card. Hmm. Yeah, those 9600 GTs are actually really fun. Add a 1 gigabyte, or, well, yeah, add one. Right now I'm using a 3770K in my system right now. That's what I'm using. It's overclocked to 4.6 gigahertz, nothing crazy. Yeah, usually probably a 512 then. Okay, so here's the card, all disassembled. We'll clean up the core. And I'm going to go over the process that I do for fixing up these cards. Or fixing up graphics cards to show, it's not too difficult to go over and figure out whether or not the card is actually going to be salvageable. My 3770K, I've gotten it up to 5.2 or 5.2 gigahertz all core. It's done. It's pretty good. Yeah. Card's very clean. Very clean. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, as you can see, we got a voltage meter here. Voltage meter. It's just, we're gonna go resistance. We're gonna test it now. Oh yeah, I don't really care for Linux. Come on now. Be a bit nicer than that. Let's see, like 0.4, 0.3, not 1.5. Holy crap, come on. I need to get new terminals. Or leads. I need to get new leads. There we go, 0.3. That's what I want. Yeah, I love EVGA. But yeah, this is what we want to do. So before you do any kind of testing for resistance, yeah, the 670 there goes still in the system. It's still in the system. You want to test to make sure what you're reading on is very low. So always touch your terminals together. Make sure everything's appropriate. You can get yourself like a baseline on shorts basically. So that's what you want to do. So even though you're reading, 0.4, 0.3, and let's say you're going to work on the core area, you might have 1 ohm. Might have 1 ohm. And that does not mean there's a short, because we've already tested our leads to find whether or not what a short's going to show. And our short will show 0.3 or 0.4, roughly. Might go 0.5 and then 0.4, 0.3 slower, but that's because of electronics and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I haven't seen that at all. That'd be sweet. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to work on these pins here. So these pins here are 12 volt and are 3 volt or 3.3 volt. All right. So we have to test whether or not these are shorted. And these are good to test right off the bat just because. So we'll test them. Good. Good. And good. So the first 3. And then we're going to go back 3. 2, 2, 3, 4. This is our 3.3. All right, so maybe I should zoom in on that. Oh, yeah, it might have been the stupid competition that they do. They try, I guess, right? Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in on that for, show a bit better. Okay. And then can we move this as well? Yes. Okay. And then we're gonna touch our leads together just to make sure we're still good. All right. So we're going to test our 12 volts first. This is the 12 volt. No short. No short. And no short. Go back. Fourth one over. No short. That's our 3.3. 12 volt, 3.3. Then we can flip it over. And test those too, if we wanted. But don't have to. I already know that there's no short. It would have shown a short on those. Alright. Now, can we move this to a location where everyone can see? Yes. Sweet. I don't have the GUI array to set up right now, so I'm just doing what I can. Make sure everything's good. Yep. Alright. Again, we need our baseline. Now, what we need to test is from our power sources. Alright, so now our not PCIe slot power source, but our power source from just the PSU. Yeah, this is an HD 7850. Any pads we can contact on this one? Oh, there is. Alright, so no short. No short. Now, if I held the measurements, it's kind of hard to show. If I held the measurement, right, we can figure out whether or not it's going to be like 12 volt or 5 volt. This looks like it's 12 volt. Fairly low, high ohms. Yeah, this way, no, this one in here would be 12 volt. Which 90 ohms is anywhere from like 50 to 90 or 100. It depends on the card. But that does seem right. This one's worth points. And then we gotta measure this one over here. This one's a pain to get at. Ole. $140. This will probably be 5 volt. So. No shorts so far, which is really good to see. So there's no short on core. There's no short on memory so far. Now what we can do is flip it over as well. And then we have these capacitors, these little capacitors, and these are for the memory. We can test them. No short. For the core, let's see this one. That's core. So see how we have like 5 ohm? That's core. There's no short, because if we go on to the other side of it, that's ground. So no short on core, no short on memory, which is good. So since we have not found any shorts right now, alright, our next step would be visually inspect. I don't visually inspect generally right off the bat. You can, especially if the card looks okay, right? If the card looks good, you can just scan over it. But since there's so many components onto these cards, especially newer cards, you're just going to waste your time. So just do the quick measurements on your PCIe slot. Do your measurements from your PCIe connectors, your 12-volt source in, and then you're going to backtrack. So everything from here, and then you're going to go here, you're going to go down here, you're going to go over here. Some cards are up here. You have another 5-volt for some reason. You got dual 5 volts, 5-volt rails. You're going to go on all of your rails that you can, the card has, just to make sure there's no shorts on them. And that right there is just quick, done. There you go. Yeah, the 1066 gigabytes were good points. For the competition, for the 1060 comp, that's a really good comp, by the way. Anyone wants to go a hardware bot and check that out, it's a really good comp. You can win some really crazy prizes. Like a tight, like crazy, like a really good core 1080 onto like a high-end PCB that they soldered on. Like they moved the core over. Oh my god, they look really good, really good. I'm hoping I can get a 1060. I really hope I can get a 1060 for the comp. Starts here in what, 7 days or something like that. Anyways, no shorts. All right, easy, quick readout, no shorts. Now we can do a visual inspection. Start on the back side. We can start on the back side on this here, and instantly I'm looking at a problem. Instantly. Can anybody see what the problem is? We got a hole. Yeah, no, you didn't do it. Yeah, I'm gonna be showing the RX 580 in a bit to show. Man, that's rough. It's rough. Yeah, there's a hole. Okay, there's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole at the bottom of the sea. We're missing a couple capacitors as well. Rip pad here, missing capacitor, and another missing capacitor right here. So we're missing a cap. That's not a big deal. Missing this cap over here for one of the memories with a rip pad. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. I can fix that up anyways. I should fix it up just because it will help the memory be a little bit more stable, but missing that one cap on there is not a big deal. Missing this one small cap over there, they're just filtering caps. There's so many filtering caps on them, it's not a big deal. This, though, this hole, there's a hole. So, there's supposed to be a blob of solder, because these are half throughs. They're half through, half surface mount, but half. All right, so if we look, with this R22 right here, this is a choke, by the way, choke. That goes after your your MOSFETs for the VRM. This right here. Visually inspecting it, it looks all right, but there's no contact. And this right here won't show short because of this. But because this one is like that, it's not making proper contact. It's definitely something wrong with it. So we'll fill this all in. So I'm gonna have to preheat this section here because there's a lot of thermal mass with these chokes and just the area of the card. So I'll get the hot air out here, and then get my soldering iron. It's all already hot, so I'll get that all filled up, and then we can do more measurements beforehand just to see if there's any issue. Yeah, tested, works great. No, something like this is not working great, that's for sure. Okay, so Again, let me test our resistance. Good. Let me test one side of this. Inductor choke. See how we got the 5 ohms, just like the core has 5 ohms? That's because it's for the core. Let me check the other side. It says good. So the ring, the through hole for this is reading proper. When I put my lead point inside of it, look at this. Nothing. So I'm actually touching the back side of it. But because this point is technically part of this point here, the outside of this ring will be fine. But since the inside, nothing, it's not making contact. See? If I touch the side. So it's probably causing like a weird short, which means this is not going to send out proper voltage out. It's going to be really erratic. And it's just on this one choke. Alright, so we test this side. Same. Test this side. Same. So they all are the same. As you can see. So we'll fill this in. Get this all filled up. I might fix up this pad now. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be streaming. One thing I don't like about this card too, and this is from factory. This is no one else's fault. This is from factory. These capacitors, these small capacitors here, these terminals, these leads from the back side. So terminals, leads, whatever you want to call it. I usually call them terminals. From these capacitors, they're so close together where I thought this one here and here were touching. Alright, but they're not. So I'm gonna find my cutters, my wire cutters, or pin cutters, and I'll cut these down more because these are long and they're really bent. So I don't like that at all. So we'll fix that up. Again, this one cap with the one ceramic cap here for the memory, just because it's missing that one there with the rip pad. It's not an issue. There's no shorts, so if there's a short, that could have been part of the short, but it's not. There's no shorts. Just due to the fact that this is not hooked up proper. It tells me, yeah, something not right. So if we go over to the other side here, should be able to read. Yeah. So it could be causing an issue just due to the fact that it is not soldered in proper. But it might be fine. We'll get it fixed up anyways. That's something we have to check. And might as well fix stuff up as you go, even if it's not part of a problem. Let's see. More visual inspection. The card looks decent. Look at 8 on the back side. So we'll check we can go over, do visual inspection again. A little bit of dust, that's not really a big deal. Good thing to do though is clean up the card too, because some places, some people might have these cards for a while. There's dust and then grease is in the air. You can't get rid of it. Don't matter. Don't care who you are, how clean you are, how clean your house is, how perfect your house is. You're always gonna have dust. You're always gonna have some grease in the air. You're always gonna have a lot of stuff in the air that will be collected on these boards and PC hardware. Small components don't like it. Now, we also have these fuses, which I'm going to test too. So I'm going to test this fuse. What? That reads fine. Oh, this is not reading as low as... There we go. There we go. Is it just my contact? Nope. It's just my contact on this. It should read close to short. So for this point here, if this actually desoldered itself somehow, this card's toast. It would be toast because the solder, this lead-free solder, melts at like over 200 degrees Celsius. So a lot more would be fried up if it was from the card itself. Something else caused this. Okay, and since this terminal, this through hole here is fine, but this one's not, something caused it to... Someone might have tried to fix it up. I know a lot of people like to do or try to do the reflow in the oven type deal, and that can cause issues, but I don't see really anything that could have caused that. There is a couple of blobs of solder here. So this blob of solder here looks like it's wow, I'm getting I can just use my finger here. There, use my finger on the terminal. So this here looks like it was heated up to a point to where this like it actually melted the solder here, right? This one looks like it's from factory. That looks like it's from factory. Factory. This right here does not look factory. This doesn't look factory. So maybe someone tried to throw it in an oven, and then maybe when they took it out, they accidentally banged it, and this spot right here was hot enough to where the solder somehow just flew out. Because I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at the hole. It's so clean. It's so clean. You can literally see the bottom side of the... Right? So... But yeah. My opinion, someone's definitely been here with a lot of heat. So they might have had hot air. Maybe they had hot air. This was really freaking hot. I mean, black PCBs are hard to tell. The color of the sides look okay, because you can tell from the layers, discoloration, whether or not there's a lot of heat onto it for a long time. It's hard to tell on black PCBs though how much heat was, but yeah, there's a lot of spots on this card that you can literally see. Heat has been here, heat has been here, heat has been here, here. Here as well. Yeah, that means that seller is shady seller. I would give them bad reviews, especially if you said fine and working. No, and definitely someone's been here. 100% someone's been here before. All in all, the card looks decent, but there are spots. There's another fuse here. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to read for a fuse. Alright. So I might replace this one little fuse here. Yeah, this fuse is... I don't know if it's just me. my contact onto it, because that it shouldn't read that. It should read what this fuse is reading, and that should read a short. See, should read that. So, and I do have cards that have two amp fuse, so I'll just fix that up. I'll probably replace that just in case. My contact seems fine. Really does seem fine, but having that read 2.8, 2.9, and 2.7 and not going down, it's kind of odd. But then we are reading the resistance fine for this 8.87 kilo ohm and then 8.7 kilo ohm, which that's good. But it's kind of odd how there's a little extra resistance between these two for some reason. Yep, nope, this card looks okay for that and that. I'm gonna clean it up quickly here with some ISO. So we got some ISO. Where's me toothbrush? Where'd me toothbrush go? Oh, it's over here. Toothbrush. A little bit of ISO. And down here, pretty dirty there. I'm just gonna clean this all up good here. This cap here is that blown? Looks like I might replace this cap too. Replace this cap and this one and this one. Okay, so there's 3 caps I gotta replace. 4 caps I gotta replace, actually. Do I have enough of those? So, I don't know if we can see this on camera. See how high this is? Look at this. Look at that. That should not be this high. From factory, that's pretty rough. So, just old, right? And they only have so long of a life. So, it could have just slowly start pulling the terminals out. Same with these ones over here. Like, these are pretty high up as well. Alright, and this one here, very wiggly. So these probably should be replaced. It could be bad. This is the 7850, HD 7850. So, should remove these 4 caps. Let's see, where are my caps? A whole bunch of thermal pads on it. Get them off of it. Alright, so I don't think I have enough to fix it. I don't think I have enough. What do we got? 6.3. We don't need 6.3. Oh wait, I got brand new caps. What am I talking about? I got brand new caps everywhere. So, figure out where I put them. 0.3. Need to figure out where I put all my 2.5. I need 16 volt. I got brand new ones somewhere though. So that's gonna be a later on. These probably are okay. I should test them actually for resistance on each side. Clean up the rest of the card though first. go. All cleaned up. I mean, I could check the capacitance, but I don't think the capacitance gonna help at all. So we got soldered iron all heated up, hot air here in a second. As we're gonna fix up this hole. Could grab my wick. I need my wick. There it is. We got my wick. And then could wick some spots. If they heat, and that can fix these terminals a bit. Nope. Oh, they're in there. Okay, there we go. That's kind of fixed up. Let's bent that out of the way. Because these look like they're touching, even though I tested them, they technically weren't. I'm going to have to heat that up pretty good. No, that box isn't even open. That's going to be on the stream, buddy. Just want to make sure there's nothing else on it. There we go. Bam. This whole box here I'm going to open up on stream because I wanted to show how difficult you made it to open this up. Yeah, live unbox. You mean the live struggling? I should make myself a coffee too here. Okay, we gotta preheat this now. Turn fan speed up. This is on high. A lot of people are worried about, oh, high heat, high heat. Yeah, well, high heat's only gonna destroy it if you're holding in one spot. I mean, is that like duct tape or something? Like, that is like, that stuff is strong. That tape is strong. So you can see that I'm not heating up the board too much because I still have all these plastic washers on it. So you can tell that even though this is high, this is like extremely high heat. As long as you're moving it around, heating up the PCB, the main thing is trying to heat up a lot of the PCB because there's a lot of copper in it. It'll wick away the heat. So if you can preheat the board or have a preheater or something, it makes this way easier. Especially doing chokes, inductors. I mean, they're just so much thermal mass there. There we go. It should be warm enough. Southern tip, all nice and shiny. Leaded solder. This is 50-50. I don't mind 50-50. Soft, strong, but also flexible. And we're gonna need some flux. The board's warm, so it should flow in there a bit. Should flow in there where I want it. Yep, there we go. You want a decent amount of solder on it. We'll clean it up after anyways. There we go. Just gotta make sure that's flowed down in there real good. Real good like. There we go. Not too difficult since everything's still nice and warm. We're gonna clean that up now. So we're just gonna clean up this flux. This flux is crap. I still need to get new flux. Now we have a nice ball of solder there. There we go. Better than factory. And it truly is better than factory because it is leaded. It's not lead free. The lead free, just it can crack a lot easier. You know, it's better for higher temp. I mean, you shouldn't have to worry about temp because your graphics card is going to over 240 degrees Celsius. There's something wrong or broken. Right? So that is that. Should I remove these caps now? That I don't know. So now we should be able to read though. Proper. Five ohm is what we should be reading. Okay, so we should be reading 5 ohm on that now. Nah, she's still a little warm, eh? Yeah, a little warm. So, as long as we're reading that. It's a little warm. The card's still a little warm. Yeah. And as this cools down, so I'll show you that here, I'll blow on the card. See how it cools down with the resistance starts going up. It's because the card's warm. Hey, how's it going there, Duck? But that's good. Networking's good to learn there, Squeeze, right? There we go. Nice and clean. So that's that. I'm going to do another visual inspection here. card. I don't see anything else. I'm not sure if there's water damage on this too. There is some spots. So someone might have washed this with water. See how we got spots all everywhere? Even though I did a quick clean on this too with isopropyl, only isopropyl. So we got water spots. So someone was definitely here. 100%. 100% someone was here. They tried to fix it up, tried to clean it. Same thing over here. We got water spots everywhere actually on this card. No corrosion, which is good. No corrosion whatsoever, just water spots, like just mineral deposits on it basically. Oh no, not bad. We'll visually inspect the front again. I should retest this fuse, one that's showing a resistance for some reason. Nothing looks burnt, nothing looks like it's been damaged. Memory chips look clean. So I'm going to test the resistance on this fuse again. Just one fuse. Just one fuse. Oop. It's showing higher than what it was too. After fixing up this choke, it is showing a bit higher resistance, so maybe there was an issue with that. This is showing higher. Everything's cooled down now too, so I just don't know why we haven't. There we go. Just my contact points? Could be contact points. Let's see, let's scratch up this solder here. Could be from factory, some odd thick solder or flux, whatever they've been using. That's odd. Let's see. I don't get how we're getting that. Then let's put it over there. Okay, that's good. Let me take a look though. Maybe this fuse is damaged. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell on this fuse, actually. It really is actually hard to tell whether or not it's damaged or not. I think this fuse is damaged. Look at that. I do have a 2-amp fuse somewhere here. At least I thought it did. Hmm. I thought I had some fuses. I can't find it. I'm gonna test some more resistance just to make sure those were all good. Yep. What a nerd. Let's see. That's good. Those all look good. Okay. So this card might be fine. I'll have to test it out again. I can't actually show right now whether or not these cards are working. Right. I do need to get a new capture card, and I gotta get another system set up. I got a lot of things I have to do. So that's this one, and everything else looks okay. Again, I mean, I could fix up that one pad and add a cap. test that to make sure that is correct. Yep, it's from memory, right? So, just the other one here, just to show you. It's from memory. It's that other side where the pad's not ripped off. It's ground. Yep. So I'll have to add a wire, which I got. I was going there, Dab. So I got some of this wick, but also I would rather use piece of wire, thin gauge piece of wire. All right. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need more voltage than that for 4600 for any decent timings. Alright, so here's a piece of wire. This is a tin copper wire. Good thing I got a few of them. Let's use this small one here. And we got a little bit of flux. And we're gonna, it's already tinned, right? So it's silver, right? It's already tinned, but we're gonna pre-solder it. Helps a lot. And to show you what I'm fixing is this pad, the missing pad on it. So I'm gonna fix that up. Oh. She's laying beside me. Yeah, there was eyes there. YouTube changed a bunch of stuff, so it might not show it on your screen. Should show. And I actually might need to scratch that up a bit. Just not contacting very well for some reason here. Razor blade. Where's my razor blade? Didn't think I need it for the stream. Alright, that should actually work this time. Oh. There we go. So what I'm going to do with this wire is just spin it up a bit. And make a pad out of it. Since I don't buy the pre-done up, I just use a piece of wire or very thin gauge wire for it. It's got to be copper, of course. I'll make this one a little better. Good enough. Double check that pad. Double check this pad here. Yep. Still good. Well, it's not even a pad. It's the trace. Make sure the trace is there. It's kind of hard to see with the glare for even for me. I usually do all of this stuff without, like, I don't use like a microscope or anything like that. I just use my eyes for even trace repairs. So. Okay, now we'll test that. Make sure we have the setting right. I need to find my razor. Not enough trace showing to give me good contact. Basically moves with the lightest breeze. Alright, give me a second here. Grab a razor. Yeah, it's a big razor, but it'll do. Let's see, clean that up a little bit more. That should do it. Should be plenty now. Well, that was a lot easier. There we go. Yeah, new pad put on it now. So we gotta do. Clean these up really good. Go. Yep. Now I have to grab some UV curable. You don't need much. What we're going to do is go around it. And that way I can hold on to it. Now I'm hoping I didn't just move that. Of course I did. Clean that up again, we'll redo it. And this time I'm going to scratch that trace a bit longer. Alright. We'll test it. There you go. Little bit of flux. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new pad, but smaller one this time. And just a tin of wire, right? Ah, it's kind of hard to show. Oh, really? Well, I guess for the trace, yeah. Thought I'd tinned that pretty good, but apparently I didn't. Tape. There we go. Of course, it's gonna glare. I don't know if you can even see it. So there's a new pad right here. Let me zoom in. New pad. Again, is this really necessary for this? No, it is not necessary. I'm just doing this because, well, I can. So again, we'll show you here. Yeah, not bad, eh? I mean, I got it overclocked. I got it pretty set up. I got the Wi-Fi set up proper too. So I mean, I can't complain. I'm glad the quality is okay. There's the pad. This is the new pad. This is for the memory, so it should read 200 and something ohm. Yep. So new pads on. We're gonna try to clean up with some isopropyl as gently as possible because we do need to UV cure this pad on. This part sucks. How's the sound? Because I got everything all set up again, like completely new build, new OS, new everything. So I'm hoping I got everything set up the way I generally do. All right. All right, that's all cleaned up now. Pretty good? Good. Yeah, I didn't really test the audio, so I'm not sure how well it sounds. But yeah, this pad's all on. I'm just gonna double check after cleaning it to make sure that I didn't rip it off the trace. Sound the same? Good. No, we're still on the trace. Trace is still good. Everything's still good on that. Pads on it. Now we can cover it up. Well, not cover it up, but we will, I'll show you. I'll show you how I do it. Yeah, generally I have the camera like right above, like right around this height too, and then that way, when I zoom in, I don't have to zoom in very far, and then the quality is a lot better for close up. But I don't have it set up on that. I wanted to be able to show, you know, what I'm using, show resistance and all that without messing it up. Eventually, I will be getting more cameras, probably a better mic, an actual table. This is a very small, it's like not even a 2 foot by 2 foot table I'm using right now. So I got a lot of things I gotta do. But I'll show you that pad now with the... This is UV curable. Alright, and it looks like we got cat hair. Get rid of that. Alright, and it's just around it. And what I like to do is try to push it a little bit on the sides, over top of the actual trace where you repaired it, and just go around the whole thing and then push it. Try to push it like under the wire that you're using, because there will be a little bit of tolerance underneath it. And that way it can hold it, because we will be soldering on top of this as well. It's already pre-tinned, so this could be a very easy solder job for a capacitor. And then what we got to do is completely remove my UV curable from this vicinity. So if you're using like, you know, UV curable stuff, this is just the green. I could have used the black, but the black takes literally forever to cure. Even though this is quick cure, a lot of people think, oh, it's just super fast. It doesn't matter. It's right. It's UV curable. It's not. You got to take your time and you got to make sure it's hardened. Now, whenever you're going to use your UV light, this is a pretty powerful UV light, and it's focusable. This is why I got this little flashlight style, because it's focusable, rechargeable, focusable. And yeah, remove this, and then always keep this in a dark spot, so that way it's not going to grab any UV from sunlight, because it will harden from sunlight. And then the next thing you can do too, what I like to do, a little bit of heat. Not much. You don't have to go nuts. Don't have to go nuts. Just heat up the board a bit. Good enough. And then we can use the cure. Again, I like to focus. So that way it's focused right on it, and it's very strong. Doing this in a dark area will actually be more beneficial too. So if you can make yourself like a dark box and then have like UV in the dark box, way better. It sounds like a quality mic. Wow. I got it for $15. The mic and the stand for $15. So can't complain. I did, you know, it does take some time to get set up the way I want it, but I'm glad it sounds good. And I'll just hold this here. Generally, I use a stand of some sort just to hold it in place, right? And then just let it do its thing. When I'm doing a lot of UV masking, I'll set it up a dark box, like a cabinet or something that I can just leave the flashlight sitting somewhere, focusing onto it, and then I'll have like a card leaned up. I'll literally just have it focused onto it and literally have it sit there for like a half hour to an hour, just to guarantee, especially if you're using the black UV, because that doesn't matter if it says 30-second or 10-second or 1 minute cure. The black does not allow the UV to cure it proper. Even the green here, I'll still do it for like 2 to 5 minutes, depending on how thick I actually put it. And then I've shown this in other live streams. I'm pretty sure I've shown this in videos too. You can actually see it curing. And it'll start, instead of it being dark, it'll start lightening up a bit. Again, the thicker you have it, so if you can do it in layers, do it in layers, because the thicker you have it, the longer it's going to take to cure. It might not cure all the way. And these are very cheap. Even the UV cure you can get very cheap too. Okay, so we all cured up now. Right here. All cured. It's a little hissy on the treble. I can fix that. gonna mute myself for a second. I'm gonna put this on. Did that help at all, or is it still about the same? Yeah, this is the XFX Ghost. Yeah, that's all cured. Now I gotta grab a capacitor here. And yep, Dave is all happy. Bam! Bag of capacitors. I save basically everything I can. Yeah, bag of capacitors. Because a bag of these capacitors, I mean, a whole bunch of these capacitors, not cheap, man. So if you can save them, save them. It did clear up good. Yep, Sapphire. I like Sapphire for AMD cards. They've always made good cards. Just need 2 of these because there's another capacitor missing, but that's easy. Easy fix. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll just scrape off. And I've shown this in testing too. Like, because look, I can literally push on this, right? I can push on it. I can push it. I can literally move around the graphics card. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even indent it or anything like that, right? It's like perfect. So as long as you can, if you could do it in layers, very thin layers, and then between those layers do like a little scuff, and it's literally like you can just use your tweezers, your needle nose tweezers here, and you give it a little scuff too. It will help. And then I've already scuffed up a little bit around the side of the masking on the card, which will allow it to bond to the card better, so that way that doesn't move. And don't get the cheapest UV cure. So don't get the cheapest. This stuff is pretty cheap. So this stuff is pretty cheap. I forget what brand. There it is. So this is not the cheapest, but it's fairly quick, and it's actually pretty good from testing. Because if you get really cheap stuff, it might cure fine. Everything might be fine. As soon as you go to solder, though, your soldering will actually like melt away and destroy the UV cure. So don't get the cheapest UV cure. You can get 30-second if you want 30-second, but again, don't think it's gonna be 30-second. Always try to do a bit longer if you can. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. So, what I did here was I just scratched away a little bit more of the masking to expose more of the trace, and then made my new pad, and then gave it a little tail to solder to that trace, and then I pre-soldered up the pad to make it even easier. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is. I'm not sure if this is. I'm pretty sure this is Japanese stuff. It's not. This is not the cheapest stuff you can get, but it's fairly cheap. I mean, this one tube will last me basically forever, depending on how long, how much I'm actually using. And I've used quite a bit and barely used anything. Give me 1 sec. I'll zoom in so that you can see what I'm talking about here. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Kind of hard to see. It's so bright. Um, so here's the pad that I made. And it's already soldered. and then there's a tail that goes to the trace right here that's already been covered up. And then, yeah, it will be a little bit higher than normal, but it is what it is. I'm not using the thinnest wire. It is very thin wire. Pre-tinned wire that's easier to make solder to. And then this is all solder, like this is coiled up, and then there's solder already in the coil. And then I have to connect these two pads here. This right here is just bare, and then there's another capacitor right where? Where'd it go? Where's the other capacitor that I have to do? Another capacitor I have to do, but I don't have to fix any traces or anything like that, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, if you do nice thin layers, I mean, this is almost as thin as I can go. All right, like literally, just put like the tiniest amount on the end of my tweezer, and dab it on, and then just start spreading it around, and then trying to get some on top, the sides, and then cover up that trace with the tail. Make sure you cover that up really good, so that way this doesn't go anywhere. Because yeah, it won't go anywhere now. Yep. Yeah. I so with this UV cure, as soon as I'm done with it, I'll not even when I'm done with it. Before I even turn on this light, I'll put this underneath a box or something like that right beside me, and then that way it guarantees that it's not gonna get hit. Cause yeah, it'll cure, and a little bit of heat, again, a little bit of heat with the UV light does go a long way too. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want it all goopy. And it will. So keep this, like I said, in a nice dark spot. If you can make yourself a dark cabinet, especially if you know, you can make yourself a couple of them. That way you can actually just set up a UV light. You can just set the whole graphics card, motherboard, whatever you're working on in that cabinet, and then close everything up and then turn it on, just to guarantee that that light's only going to hit this board where the UV is, and not on the outside of the room where you might have some of the UV curable stuff. Plus, UV light's actually not really good for you to begin with, especially powerful UV light. And this UV light is not, again, this is not a cheap well, it is fairly cheap, but this is not the cheapest UV light. This is fairly powerful. That's why there is a caution on this one, and it is focusable. That's why I like this one. Again, small, rechargeable, very powerful. Can do a large surface area, very small surface area, more powerful. That's what you want. Yes, that not much. You don't need a whole lot. Like you really don't need a whole lot of heat. Just heat up the board more or less. Just that way it can stay heated while you're curing it, and then it'll cure. Especially for the slower cure time stuff, it'll cure a bit faster. And what I've noticed is, it's more like scratch resistant, more scratch. Like it's actually harder, which is wild. So I got these caps here. I'm gonna solder these caps on. I gotta figure where the other cap is. I have to solder on. Yeah, I could solder a cap on to the side of it, but I don't really need to. It's nice and cleaned up. Go. Let's put a little bit of flux on the sides of the cap. Not much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it depends on how steady you are, how like your own you know, how good you are really. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can go off of the tweezers here. All right. This is a hoof style. I like the hoof style, especially doing capacitors, ceramic capacitors. Makes it a lot easier to work on. Get angles, depending on how you have it set up, right? But yeah. It's not focusing very well. Focus. All right. Now we'll double check. Double check resistance. This side should be ground. This side should be the memory. Ta-da. So that's all done. I'll clean it up with some isopropyl. Oh, I'm gonna be showing that. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. I got it for show. I can't fix it up right now, and I'll talk about why I can't fix that one up right now. It should be fixable, but I can't fix it up right now with I need to grab some more tools for it. Give me a second here, I'll zoom in. A bit of an angle, but it is what it is. It's fixed technically. Ah, yes. This is where the other cap was. I'm just gonna solder this cap on quick. I'm not even gonna talk about it. Just give you a quick solder on. Oh, you'll see what he did to the RX 580. Oh, you will see. Oh my god. By the way, Gut is the one that sent me all these graphics cards to fix up. I've already fixed up a GTX 670. You know, it took me like an hour to get it fixed up and then working. Sub the score on it. No deal. But yeah, that's done. So another capacitor, all done. Right here. Kind of hard to tell, even though it's quick. I mean, it's still really good, right? So done. Done. Fixed. Fixed. So 3 things fixed on this card. Everything else looks good. No shorts. I wish I could show it working right now, but I can't. Unfortunately, I don't have a video capture device. Mine broke, and I have not been able to replace it because I am not going to buy a cheap one. So it'll be a while before I get a new one. So this card, most likely fixed now. Everything has been fixed up that needs to be fixed that I've tested. Now, let's show the lovely RX 580. So, this is an XFX RX 580. Alright. I just put these pads here. I might probably just get new pads eventually for it. This one is nice. It does have dual BIOS. Yeah, decent. It's actually not bad card in my opinion. 6+1, so 6 phase or 6 phase for core, 1 phase for memory. Yeah, well, copper shims for this one, and I don't know if you can see that. Should be a flat spot here. Kind of hard to show on camera. Yes, let's do it this way. It really is hard to show, but as you can see, we have a gap. So she's a little frowny. Oh yeah, this way, yeah. I'll get the picture out and I'll see if I can get it on camera to show. Not this, but this is part of it. But that's not a big deal. I'll probably rebend it out a bit, and then a lot of things need to be fixed up on this anyways. So bending it's not gonna be the biggest deal. But yeah, she's a little frowny. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to show this on camera. Let's zoom in. How did my volume go down? I don't have my lights set up appropriately to show everything. So just give me a second. Oh, I don't even need to do that. And I don't put graphics cards in ovens. I don't need to. I got tools to make sure I don't have to do something like that. I gotta change my compensation here. Hold on. No. There we go. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this memory IC? I know it's not exactly the easiest to see, but there's two memory ICs that look like this. So this memory IC and this memory IC. This memory IC is bent towards this. It's for the cooler. Trigger. It's for the cooler. No, so here is the copper shims that I used. Oversized, so they're too big. They're actually too big in general. You can actually get copper shims that are actually the exact same size as memory ICs, and they're also too thick. Yes, so that is one thing I'm gonna have to worry about when I I'm going to be removing every IC, probably just replacing them in general. Again, I do need to get stencils. I need to get stencils for the memory, and I need to get a stencil for... my apologies. Apparently, OBS wanted to crash. There we go. I don't use heat guns. I use proper hot air. There's no popcorn in it. Look at this. Oh, I'm gonna damage it, guys. I'm gonna damage it. I'm gonna damage it, guys. Careful now, don't damage it. But yeah, no, I have to. What I'm going to do, just because the way I saw the PCB here, and that way, because this memory IC, again, I had these two clean ones here that I've cleaned up. What I tried to do as well was preheat the board and then try to reflow it and then when I reflowed, have a little bit of pressure pushing this back up to maybe get these BGA balls to go back up, but they're probably squished down and completely damaged. And I'm hoping the traces are okay underneath these two ICs. The rest of them are fine. They're actually the appropriate size, but also due to the fact the bent PCB and probably because it was bent like this as well, the BGA underneath the core might be something wrong with it. From looking at it, it looks okay, but maybe a reflow, we'll have to see. But yeah, these two here are completely crushed down on the sides, so they'll have to be replaced. The ICs could even be actually destroyed, damaged, broken. I'm really hoping the traces are fine. Good evening there, Jason. Yeah, that's what's wrong with this one here is, yeah, these two ICs, and I need to get stencils, and I need to get the appropriate size BGA balls for it. I think they are 0.4 mil BGA balls. Very small. They might be 4.5s, but I'm pretty sure these are 4s. 4.0s. No, I'm not using an oven. Use proper tools. I don't use ovens. No, thank you. And no, they won't just reflow themselves because you have to get the whole board up to over 240 degrees Celsius. Yeah, proper tools. If you set it up proper, it literally is like an induction heater, though. If you do set it up proper. But yeah, if you can't reflow a graphics card in the oven because you got all your capacitors too. All these capacitors at over 240 degrees Celsius will destroy themselves. They will blow up. They will leak. They're no good. You'll have to replace every single aluminum capacitor. Every single one if you put it in the oven. Then you have to worry about your plastics. That's why I don't say do a reflow in the oven. That's why I use hot air. And lately I've been using a toaster, but again, I set it up properly up over the toaster so that way it's over a certain temperature. I use thermal probes onto it to make sure everything's good too. And that way you can have the board like this. Is there any capacitors that I have to worry about on this side? No. Every component on the back side here is good for up to 180 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes. To reflow leaded solder, you need to go up over 240 degrees Celsius. You cannot do that. You cannot do that in the oven because of these capacitors. Yeah, of course there, Jason. Yeah, I've been trying to stop by every morning whenever I have time. Try. Yeah. I mean, some cards, a lot of cards will have caps. You gotta worry about the caps. Especially these aluminum can caps. They will leak. And if they leak in your oven, if you actually put your graphics card in your oven, it's toxic. Everything that is on this graphics card is toxic as soon as it hits heat. So again, that's why I use extraction fan. I use hot air. I don't put it in an oven. I'll do it, proper. Because you got to be careful. And someone's already been here. Or it got really hot at one point. Because this is not factory solder. Some of these contacts don't have factory solder. So it might have been put in. Actually, I should check that fuse too here while I'm at it. Yeah, but you have to have that board will have to be, or that oven will have to be pretty well tuned. And you can't use that oven for cooking. I won't use an oven. I'll use preheaters. I'll be getting a proper preheater, but for now it's fine. The way I do it. Alright, so it's fine. That fuse is fine. But yeah, this RX 580, I wish I could fix it. Oh, got some flux on it. So what I'll do probably, for how I'm gonna protect these can caps here, is I got aluminum tape. I'll use aluminum tape. I'll tape it all down to the board really good, and then fold it up over. I won't touch it. I'll make sure it has like an air barrier between the aluminum foil tape and these can caps. So when I use hot air on this, and it will be preheated hot air to remove these memory chips and everything, it won't. Basically, the heat won't go to these caps for too long, and it won't be extremely high heat, so I don't have to worry about them. What's in the box? What's in the box? Kitty in the box. There we go. PC turned off. Am I recording? Oh. Yeah, PC was having trouble. I don't have. I literally have the CPU and GPU in just a bucket of water. It's not even being cooled by anything but like literally just the ambient air. No rad on it. So it got hot. I thought it would have been fine, but it is what it is. Well, it's not a bucket of water. It's a bucket of antifreeze. I haven't got it set up after I did a bunch of testing with the chiller. Huh? What do you mean, why am I not over... What do you mean I'm not overclocking? What? Are you high? I'm in ninth... I'm now ninth place in Canada. Not overclocking. Yeah, I am. I'll never stop overclocking. Everything I have is overclocked. Always be overclocking. Yep. Yeah, this card I just can't fix right now. Unfortunately, I need to get memory ICs, GDDR5, new GDDR5 memory. You got to fix the get ICs for that and stencils for that, and I need to get new ICs, memory ICs, because might as well replace them since I'm there, right? Might as well replace them, and then I gotta reflow the core and or just redo the BGA actually on the core. So, and it's not gonna be the difficult because it's not the biggest. It's not a big card. It's not super thick. The core is not super huge either, so it actually shouldn't be too bad to do this core, which would be really good. Yeah. Yep. Oh wow. It's a bucket that I actually made for my chiller. It's just full of antifreeze, and I just have not put the rads back on to the CPU and GPU yet. They're just still in the bucket, and there's nothing actually cool in the bucket. But I made the bucket. It's fully insulated. Made of acrylic. So I made it by hand. 2 gallon bucket. There's only about a gallon and a half, not even a gallon of half water in it. But yeah, I do need to put that there. I gotta fix that up. Actually, put the rads on it since I guess I'll show. One sec. Yeah, yeah, special overclocking. Yeah, you wouldn't understand. It's special overclocking bucket. I was able to get pretty cold. So minus 36 with this a cheap chiller that I made. Oh, come on. Oh, why is it gotta be so heavy? All right. Oh, bug off. All right. Oh my God. Fuck off. Mouse. Oh. Yeah, well, yeah, a little bit. Cat here stuck to the course, right? Oh, God damn it, Gabby. Stop shedding. But here's my rotary compressor. Man, I just had this all cleaned up too. This is the rotary compressor from a cheap AC unit. This is for R32. It's made for high pressures, up to almost 600 psi. So, very good little rotary compressor. But yeah, it's all disconnected. And I'll be using this to make a chiller. I'm going to be starting a series on my channel. I'll be starting a series going over, I don't know, I might make a new actual account, like a new YouTube, and have like extra more detailed explain stuff on everything for overclocking basically. Or I might just continue on, just make a series for um, doing chillers and that. Ah, damn, Gabby. This was clean yesterday. This literally was clean yesterday. Yeah, this is the compressor for an AC unit. No, it'll be OCPC Labs. So, yeah, I'll be using this for a decent little chiller. I'll be doing like smaller stuff, bigger stuff, more extreme temperatures. Most likely we'll be doing phase change machines. Single stage, dual stage, maybe triple stage, cascade as well. But we'll see. We'll see how far I really go with a lot of stuff. It's not as difficult as what some people might think. Okay, fuck off, mouse. Holy shit. But yeah, it's not as difficult as what you might think for doing AC. There is a lot of math involved, which does help, does help things a lot. You can do a lot of theoretical math for it too, but then there's a lot of more involved for, you know, actually getting more appropriate readings on what you should be getting before you even build it. You should be able to get exactly how much wattage cooling you should be able to do, how cold you should be able to go, type deal, right? Yeah, easy as overclocking soup. But yeah, it's not that bad. A lot of people think it's crazy. I'll probably be using so there's a couple of refrigerants that I'm thinking about using. I'm going to be using propane, or I'm going to use butane, or I might do a propane butane split. Um, uh, Methane's a little too volatile for me, to be honest. Propane and butanes might seem very uh, scary. It's not that bad. Okay, so and then if you do like a butane propane split, you can get some decent temperatures out of it as well. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, you can get some really small compressors too from ice makers, right? And ice makers use R600 generally, which is, yeah, the good stuff. Butane. But R290 propane is more or less what I'm going to use for cooling. Only because you can literally go anywhere. You can buy propane anywhere. You go like Canadian Tire, Home Depot, any hardware store, buy propane or butane. You can literally buy propane for like your cooking, right? For a barbecue, you can literally just use that. Very, very cheap. So is it, scary because it's flammable or combustible? Not really. Because once you start learning about your hermetic compressors and that on, it's whether or not it's flammable, like it can combust, or it is rated for flammable refrigerants. It's whether or not you can actually use it. Um, any compressor that you have as well that is rated for a higher pressure can do anything below that or slightly higher. Since this is R32, it's already one of the the highest pressures you're going to use for refrigerants, which is like 600 psi. It's 50/50. This stuff is 50/50. So this is 50/50 leaded solder. This is 0.8 millimeter diameter core flux solder wire, this is not lead free. This is leaded, or this is lead free. This is not leaded. Takes a lot to get this stuff going, but it is core flux, so it does already have flux in it. And then we got some more um, lead free as well. This stuff is a little bit thicker, and this stuff is pretty hard and does take about 250-ish degrees Celsius to even melt. So it takes a lot. This stuff only takes about 150 to 160. This is 1 pound. This is 1 pound. Barely used anything off it, so it's still roughly around 1 pound. I've already gone through a pound of solder in the past year, so that one roll that I have is already gone, and that was a pound as well. But yeah, this is another pound of 50/50. It's cheap. That's why I use it, and it works really good. Nah, I mean, are you gonna eat it? Are you eating it for some reason? Again, if you're doing any kind of soldering, it's the flux that's more or less the rough part. And you should be, you should have exhaust fan set up. I have an exhaust fan set up. I use a 6-inch inline duct fan set up for an exhaust. And it moves air. But yeah, no, you're not. As long as you don't eat it, you're fine. Yeah, I've gone through over a pound of solder in the last year for all my electronic fixing up stuff, modifying stuff type deal. Yeah, now we gotta open up You gotta open up the wick. My wick. I need to get more wick too. This is some pretty thin wick. Um, I would like a bit wider wick for some things, but this works pretty good. Especially if you have a cheaper soldering iron, works pretty good. That's the flux. Your flux is smoking. Wow, that if you're using core flux, then yeah. And if it's smoking a lot, just lower the temperature of your heat. That'll help as well. Oh yeah, and this is how I have it hooked up. So it is a PSC compressor and it does need a cap for it. So green here's for fan. It's completely removed. I redid the switch for it. Now all I have to do is just turn the knob one way and then it turns on. Yeah, this is how I have it all hooked up. I'll show wiring diagrams and that too on how to do this. Because yeah, these 3-point capacitors can be tricky for some people, and just to set it up for a switch like this can be tricky for some people. It's not that bad. And then I'll be showing like how to do resistance testing and all that too on your compressors and everything that you're gonna be using for it. What? 12 volts? No, that's 250 volt. This is a 250 volt capacitor. So 35.6. This is 35 microfarad cap, 250 volt. 35 is for the actual compressor. So this black wire, so this black right here where these red wires are coming from, that is for compressor. So 35 microfarad cap. I'm pretty sure it's microfarad. It can be ultrafarad. Oh yeah, 35, and then 6 is for the fan because the fan is not as doesn't need 400 watts. Because it is a 22 LRA compressor, so it is 22. It can do 22 amps on startup. So you need a capacitor for it since it's a 115 volt compressor. You do need to go higher with a capacitor, so double it up basically for voltage. So this is a 250 volt cap. Oh yeah, just out in the open, buddy. But what I'll probably do with this will be changed. I'm gonna be soldering everything together. This is all just right now. This is soldered already, so where this connects here, where the tape is, this is soldered already on. So black wire to white wire for plug to compressor for this is already soldered together. I'll probably splice it, and I'll be redoing the wiring anyways, because when I get my chiller set up, it's all gonna be in a nice, well-designed box for everything. So everything will be soldered together. This right here will be like covered up with silicone and that, so that way I don't have to worry about anything touching, any moisture getting in contact. So everything will be done like really professional. But this works. This is the way it goes. And yep, just out in the open. I mean, it is what it is, man. This right here, like in your AC units, it's literally just in a slot. It's not like it's held down, really. It can theoretically come out of that slot that it's sitting in, because it just sits in a slot with little pressure dents for the top that hold the top here. But yeah, I just pulled it out. There's nothing holding this capacitor inside the actual window unit, which is pretty wild. Yeah, I'll be showing all that in videos. I've been using this cheap one here, which is a 8898. It's an 8898 ESD safe. This is just a 60-watt iron that I use. Works good, and then it has hot air with it as well. It's cheap. You can get it for like $45 Canadian. And then yeah, you got hot air and a soldering iron, and that's all you really need. 60 watt generally is okay. 100 watt would be better, but 60 watt does work. You can control the temperature. It's not the most accurate, but you can control the temperature. My next soldering iron that I'm getting is going to be a 400 watt soldering iron. So it's going to be a big boy, a C410. It's going to be a 400 watt soldering iron, so I can do all my e-powers a lot easier. And yeah, it's not like it's always at 400 watts. It can go up to 400 watts because it's the wattage will change depending on how much thermal mass it's actually trying to warm up. Man, even a 60 watt would be easy to solar power. The smallest solar watt power, or generally the smallest solar panels you'll get are around 100 watts. Yeah, calculator, solar panel. Yeah, I guess you could get those too, eh? Yeah. Nick, you still here? Have you done anything with your battery backup? Is it all set up now? I'm gonna make a quick coffee here. So fixed. This one's all fixed. This is the HD 7850, all fixed up now. Again, I have the GTX 650 in the PC, GTX 670, I should say, in the PC. I've already fixed that up. I did not show that. I had to do that one quickly. Only took me an hour to fix. This one's fixed up, the three components. Redid the trace, re-put on the capacitor, another capacitor, and then fixed up the inductor down here. So, should be good to go. And then we got this. So this box has an R9 380, GTX 460, a GTX 470, and a GTX 570. And we're going to see what are wrong with these, but I have to get into this box, and I have to make a coffee. The coffee's going to help me because, you went ham on the tape, as everyone can see. There's a lot of tape, and yeah. So I should be able to open it from this side, right? You think? Like this side? Is it this side that I have to open it up on? That'd be easier? I don't know. It looks like this might be it. Which side? Because, yeah, as you can see, he made sure I can't open it. No, man, this is just a small box. There was 3 boxes inside of a box, and I had to get into that box. On the left. So, If I look at here, yeah, so it is this side. Okay, yep, this side. Got it. This side. Oh, nice. Yeah, if it trips. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, his stuff is some pretty thick tape. Like, this is like some duct tape, but I don't know. Like, you can't. It's not tearable. You can't tear this. I make coffee. Ooh, the big yawn. All right, now we got that. Let's see if we can open it. Razor blade. Ugh. Hmm. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, we got it. Got it. Ugh. Was this the right side? Nope. Oh wait, yep. Nope. Nope. Was not. Damn it. This way. God damn it. There we go. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, it was a while ago. Almost a month ago. Well, 2 weeks ago. Ish. 3 weeks. No, it was almost a month ago. She's laying behind me. She's laying behind me. Shit. Do I have to open up more of it? I do. God damn it. Ugh. Yep, that's honey. There you go. We got it. We got it. Oh yeah, the main box where all these graphics cards and the other graphics cards were in, it said good luck on top. And then the cold Canadians on the side. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Alright, so we got one graphics card. Here's a 570. And Here's a 460, same as my 460 by the looks of it. And here's a 380. And 380. 380. There's some pretty rough scratches, but all in all, it doesn't look half bad. It is the MSI Armor. Oh, nice. It has VRM cooling on it, built onto it. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, woo. Got some pretty nasty dents on the cooler. 380 artifacts. That should be hopefully an easy fix. I'll test it for any kind of like shorts in that too, but should be an easy fix. Just a reflow of memory ICs. We'll see. Oh, this 460 is not like mine. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Never mind. It is. Oh, boy. What in the hell? Why is that sideways? Okay, well, that's one. Okay, well, this one's already we gotta look at. And then 570. And here's the 470. Well, 470 is just like the 480 PCB. Nice. Alright. So 470, 570, 460. Alright, so 470, 380 artifacts. I'll have to test them all anyways. Ooh. Well, there's your problem. I got some fixing up to do. So, PCB. That's a problem. I have to test out, see if there's anything that got delaminated with it. And if so, I might have to start demasking around this area to get contact to solder back together and then start masking it back together. That's gonna suck. Yeah, that'll suck to fix. Cool, my coffee's done. I'm gonna make my coffee now. Yeah. So we got four graphics cards right here from this one box. Just woke up from her nap. Oh. No, I wouldn't resell. I just modify them so hardcore and then just run them until they die. Because they're so cheap. Mm. Oh, really? I mean, that's literally the only spot right here. The rest of the card looks mint. Except for all the dents on the heatsink, or on the cooler, but, I mean, that's not a big deal. Like, the whole back plate, this is the only spot. Alright, what one should we fix up first? Or take apart and look at first? Oh yeah, like, just quickly looking at them as I was putting on the desk, I can see some things that need to be fixed already. MSI? R9 380? Alright. I should put a tally up, but I'm too lazy right now. Alright, so we're going to work on the AMD card, R9 380. Alright, next in line. Oh, excuse me. Ah, true say, true say. Yeah, you're right. It does have the factory seal still on it. So, first thing we'll do, though, whew, that connector's in there. Come on. So, we'll remove this connector here. That way I don't have to worry about it. And we'll start removing the screws. Yeah, crashing wall too. It means cracked BGA generally. But we'll take a look at it, make sure everything's good. We'll check resistances. Always check resistances first. And then I can't show it working on live stream. Unfortunately, I can show it working later on. If I do get them fixed up, of course. But I'll fix up every component that I can fix up. Now, so that should be the back plate. It's not dust. It's not dust. Somehow it got underneath the sticker. Pretty wet. There's something. Nothing from the back plate. but liquid. There was liquid on this at one point. Like, this does not... There's no thermal pads or anything for it, so... Alright, let's get rid of this factory seal. Yeah, it is, but, let's say memory IC goes and somehow that power goes. NVIDIA's, memory voltage is the memory, controller voltage for the core, so it can blow up the memory controller core. It can happen. It is rare, though. Oh, yeah. Thermal paste, I'll show. This is why, especially if you're getting a graphics card that's being shipped from cold temperature or is in the cold, you'll get this. I don't know if you can tell, but that is very wet. Wet as in not the thermal paste, but as in the actual, there's moisture that got into it. There's actually like water spots. Yeah, oh yeah, it's like water. It's water. And this core, ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good to see. That's really not good to see. That's cleaned up. You can see that spot on the core, though. It's not good to see. That is really not good to see. Yeah, that's not good to see. No, definitely does not need a clean. The 470 probably won't just need a clean, or any cards with the artifacting. I haven't been able to fix up a card from artifacting just by cleaning it. Generally always need a reflow, at least a reflow. I'm just slowly peeling back the heatsink. Oh, come on. You can read the ICs. You literally read the ICs on it. Maybe you can't, but I can. Yeah, that core is not looking very pretty. Alright, and we can test for resistances. Good enough. Okay, no shorts there. That's fine. Okay, no shorts on 3.3 or 12 volt from PCIe slot. Yeah, the AI stands for something else, though, not actual AI. No short. Actually, what rail is that? Let's see. Most likely 5 volt. Twelve volt, no short. It's either 3.3 or it's either one. It's the PEX or 5 volt, but there's no short. What was this? I'm just inspecting for any kind of burntness. Okay, no shorts on 12 volts. Connectors. Now, visual inspections. Peel off nicely for me. Visual inspecting it. What do we got? I mean, it looks pretty good. Hello. I mean, maybe someone took off the back plate at one point. Maybe there was. thermal pads, but this all looks like it was wet. A little sticky. So we'll clean that up. So this card probably doesn't just need a memory reflow. Memory chips. I mean, the memory chips look okay. It is Epilita, which hopefully they're good, Epilita. Some Epilita is pretty good. That core, though, is really, really, I don't know. Like, that's kind of like sketching me out on that. Just the way the core has that blemish on it. There's no shorts. And resistances look pretty good for that, but I'll have to check more out here to make sure. There can be other components that might have gone and shorted out, and it won't show a short on the rails. But the rails, so making sure you got no shorts on your PCA connectors for your 12 volt 3.3, and checking out your PEX, your 5 volt, and your 12 volt rails, just to make sure there's no shorts on before you plug it in. Because when you plug it in, you can start doing more testing. Having power to the card can be very beneficial. And you do a lot of work. You can do a lot of this testing, a lot of, seeing what's wrong with the card without any fancy tools. Like, as you can see, I'm just using a multimeter and a cheap hot air soldering iron combo. Nothing crazy. Yeah, whatever's on it was sticky. Just to make sure. Because if it is sticky, there could be sugars, and if there's sugars, and it's causing a short over on this location. And good to clean this all up. Clean it all up really good. Do this side as well. Yeah, I don't know what was on that. That's sticky. Should be good. I know everything's looking minty fresh, man. Like it is. Oh, we got some glare now because ISO, but it's clean. Everything's very clean. But, you know, a little bit of dust here and there, and a little bit of that whatever was sticky over here. I mean, I got it now. Got it now. Get it. Dry that up. Once that dries up, it'll clean all that up. I don't know, man. And just seeing that core. Just seeing a core like that. I've seen many cores. And I've seen many different ways cores can be just done for, and that is a way. So there's a blemish, not just a blemish. I'll show it better here in a second. Clean it up a bit more for everyone. It even like sticks to that section, like it's right. So it, like slides, like sticks. And that's not good. So there's a nick right here in it. Yeah, yeah. And you can't really, it's hard for you to see. Not, I know you'll probably see like that right there. That there's, you can't feel that. It's right here. There's like a little chip out of it. And that can happen from extreme heat very quickly before the core dies, which can cause that blemish. I'll have to do, I'll do the reflow. So this card might be a weight on. So I'm not going to reflow it right now. Well, what I'll do, because there's no shorts, all right? So, yeah, it looks like it definitely got too hot. But yeah, right now, there's just no point on doing a reflow. What I want to do is set it up on my system, test for voltages before the drivers load, and then while the drivers are loading, I'll be testing the voltages as well, because the memory could be like a little bit less voltage or a little bit more voltage beforehand, and once it actually gets to drivers and all that, voltages change, and then it's cause an issue. But yeah, I'll do a reflow on the memory chips probably. No shorts on it, so I can just throw it in the system. It should be fine. Oh, I got a couple more. Just to make sure that these are not the same rail. Good enough. No short. And I've already tested the other one. Okay. So there's no shorts on any rail. Any voltage rails at all, so that's good. And it does suck. It does suck seeing the core like that. It could be okay. It could be okay. I have seen more or less CPU cores that looked way worse than that, and it's from factory, so maybe it's okay. Everything else looks fine. Yeah, I mean, card looks good. It's not even that. Definitely moisture. There's a lot of moisture that got into that thermal paste. Not even that it was old. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was basically all water. So here, there it is. You can see that one spot too, where it's kind of dark. The paste is kind of dark. Right in the center there, right where that is. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if it, because it's definitely water. It's definitely water that got into it. And it's right where that one spot is. But as you can see too, the cooler looks good. And then you'll see some cards that are brutal, as in the heat. You can actually see all the heat color discoloration on the actual vapor chambers. So it didn't get that hot. So maybe it's okay. We'll have to see. But they used, yeah, I don't know, crappy paste. And then moisture got into it and made it worse. And that's factory. That's from factory. This is all factory stuff. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, like concrete. It's literally like water. It doesn't even look like oil. Like actual moisture got into it. Because, you know, you'll get silicone oil, right? I mean, that's not a big deal. It's just silicone oil. It does not even look like silicone oil. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on. That scuff is from the cooler here. So it might be fine. And that little chip. Ah, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Let me clean this up really good. Because if not, definitely will not show on camera. Let me clean this up really good here. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. There's the scuff. And I guess it's really hard to show on camera. Can you see the little chip? I can't really see while showing. That scuff is in the cooler, and that tiny little chip. I mean, it's I mean, the tiniest of. You can barely feel it, but you can feel it. And it's from the cooler. So actually, this core might be fine. This core actually might be fine. It's actually from the cooler, from factory. So I'll sand that cooler down too a little bit, even though I'll probably never, I'll probably just, I don't know, throw that cooler out, to be honest. The cooler's not needed, but this, where, but this heat sink for the VRM and all that, this is awesome. This is awesome to have. Yeah, fail on the guy on the assembly line. Possibility there. That is a possibility there, Nick. Yep. Like instant overheat and no, like, cause as soon as it's trying to load up a driver, it's going to give proper voltages for everything, and then the proper voltages is generally higher, especially on like a card like this where it's like overclocked from factory. This is a twin frozer. This is a. Are you sure it's twin frozer? Because this is an armor. This is an armor. RX 580s also. They make RX 580 armors. This is armor 1, I believe, and then the RX 580s are armor 2s. But am I sure this is frozer? Because looks like a armor. Oh, it's X Gaming. Ah. Oh yeah, right there. Gaming, 4 gig. Yeah. So that is a possibility. I mean, there's nothing else I can really do right now until I put it on the system to test voltages before and while it's getting the drivers to see if it's artifacting still. When I put this on, whoa, I never even noticed that either. It's so scratched up. Why? Oh no, okay, it's not scratched up. That's just dirt. Never mind. Not scratched up. Never mind. No, the twin frozer style is the silvery blue ones. The gaming, the gaming X and the armors are this exact cooler. So the two fans like done exactly like this, but the actual cooler might be a little bit different. So what's the next card we're gonna look at? Because this one, it's minty. It's minty mint. And it uses the NCP 81022. I already know this controller. I can modify this one very easily once it's done. I can easily modify this one. Yeah, yeah, that's right, Squeeze. Because of the way the thermal paste was done, and as you can see, from the cooler and that, there's probably a hot spot, and there is die temp on this. The newest for me, the 570. Okay, so this one I'll put off to the side, as in throw it in to a system beside the 7850. 7850 should be working. So out of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Was it 7 cards you sent? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 cards. We got 1 working so far, and I gotta test 2 of them. I fixed up the 7850, so we'll have to see. The 380s, 570 though. There we go. We got the 570. And then we'll move these over there. Just want to keep the screws separated between them. I'll just do a visual inspection on the back quickly. So we're missing 1 cap right off the bat, 2 cap off the bat, 3 cap off the bat. Um, 3 caps by the looks of it. So we're missing 3 caps right off the bat. Okay, so 3 caps off the bat. Well, the card is still like this, too. Hi, baby girl, what you want? There we go. Good enough. While we're here, we can already test. The first one's just to make sure that it's all the way pushed down into the slot. Second one over, though, we can measure. Good. No short. Test up front. Same thing, it's still the 3.3 and 12 volts, just front and back on it. Good. Here's the 3.3. Good. 12 volt. Good. 12 volt. Good. 12 volt. Good. Okay, so all those are good. No short. As not hard to see. The one pin. I can't see. As you can see, the one pin is missing a little bit of the connector. Not a big deal though. Still has plenty of contact. Nothing's shorted on over, but that is part of the data, which can cause issues. But that should not be an issue. All the caps on that are fine. For the data lines, they're just filtering caps for data line. Looks good. Yeah, I mean, not the worst. Definitely not the worst I've seen. It's just a little bit missing on it. Not a big deal. This one has a few screws to take off, eh? Yeah. These style cards, these blower style cards, and these ones specifically, they have a bad tendency to warp because they get hot, and I'll show you the reason why. I've had styles like this exactly, and it is always a reflow in the memory chips. Always a reflow in the memory chips. Fix it up. And the reason why is because you got these 4 screws on the side, like around it. Then you got these 4 screws as well, and that causes issues while warping because of these couple of screws over here. Just the way this is designed. And again, I'm going to show you the way. It's not really EVGA's fault. It's just these things get hot. A lot of people did not have the greatest airflow on these, and they got toasty. They ran around 70 degrees, 80 degrees Celsius at all times. Yeah, and I gotta show you how to fix that, how to do it, so that way. Actually, I can probably do it right now. I'll show you. Show you with a clamp, soft jaw clamp. It's like comes off like butter. Only way I'll ever do it. It literally is like butter. Easy. Ooh. I just taking that feel like an terrible way of doing it. Can slip. I mean, I guess it works, right? It works, but to me, that's just too much worrying. I don't like to worry. Now that I found out how to do it a really easy way, which I don't know why no one's ever done it this way either. Again, I'll show you. Oh my god. Oh. I'm not missing a screw. I'm not missing a screw, I don't think. No. There we go. Wait. This is cool. Really? That one screw is actually holding it there? Oh, that wouldn't... Oh, that'd be fine. Lobotomized. That's all that matters. Still works. Alright, so there we go. So this is not a special card in any ways. It is lidded still, so... But yeah, the design on this... So... These screws here are higher than these screws here. And that will cause it to warp. And then when it heats up and warps, it warps worse because of the way the copper goes through the cards. Here's the card. I'm not seeing anything. Does have Hynix memory, MFR, Hynix memory, which is not bad actually. So it's four phase card. Doesn't look bad. Does not look bad on the front. The back does need three small ceramic capacitors. Filtering, it's not a big deal on that, but we'll get some resistance on the voltage rails to make sure we don't have any shorts. So good. 12 volt. Good. 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 So that looks good. No shorts. Core looks good. And let's test a memory quickly here. This one. Good. So that's all good. No shorts on any rails. Okay. GF110 275A1. I mean, look at all these stupid thermal pads. Look at them. Like these pads are the stupidest waste of time. Why would they even think about using these little crappy pads? Just throw pad over top of the whole thing and call it a day. But look at them. Look. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's pads, but I mean, what a waste of time and money. Yeah, remember, people didn't put, I mean, people put these on here. Not a machine. People put these on here, so, like, what a waste of time. Yeah, but you're paying people. You're literally paying people. It wasn't a machine that did it. You're paying people by the hour. That's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. Gave somebody in China a job. Yeah, it's a 2.5 gig. 2.5 gig card. So yeah, again, I gotta replace one, two. Is resistor okay? Yeah. So this resistor, I was just looking at it and it looked kind of off. The one side's done on it, so I'll just bend that over and we'll resolder that one back on. So there's a resistor that wasn't making contact on the one side, so that can be part of an issue. Any resistors coming from especially data lines or even from anywhere else can cause big issues, as in artifacts. We'll see. They only use machines nowadays, though. So I guess, yeah. I guess back when these cards were out, back in what, 2013, 2014, around there, right? 570 came out in 2014, right? Or 2013. I think it was 2013. Yeah, it was a while ago. So it probably was cheaper back then, but no, there's basically zero people hands on these cards nowadays. It's all machine. Yeah, a long time ago for tech, yeah. Every 3 years is technically updated. Yeah, there's very, very little amount. Like for cards nowadays, literally like the blank PCBs is the only thing someone's gonna touch, and that's literally to put stacks of them in a machine. No, not 2017, 2013. I mean, everyone should know what card came out in 2017. If you don't, get the fuck off my channel. You got it. The legendary 1080 Ti. Pretty sure 2013 the 500 series came out for NVIDIA. I have a good memory, but I don't know. Oh, 2010. I was way wrong. Man. So it's a 16-year-old card now. Wow. Oh my god. This capacitor. This capacitor. I'm like, man, well, this capacitor looks kind of odd. It's like sanded down on the one side. Like it's really sanded down. Should I show you how I delete it? Pretty easy. Oh yeah, this card has. So yeah, like I said about the heat in the cooler. I don't know if you can see. There's very little frown, but there is a frown still, and that's the reason why. See how these memory chips are along the top here, and we got a little bit of a frown. Like it's very little, but that very little can cause these BGAs to crack. Yep, X48. Yeah, now it's starting to come back to me. I was thinking the wrong generation. 2013 is when 700 series came out. Yeah, this one cap, it's like, yeah, cut. So it's guaranteed the whatever's wrong with it is not from these missing caps. Hey, how's it going there, Zardy? Give me a second, I'm trying to break this blade so I can use it. I need up there, right? Yeah. Ooh. It's going. Think. Ready? It can work. Oh, hell no. GTX 670, GTX 460, GTX 470, 570, R9 380, HD 7850, RX 580. And that'd be from Gus and all these. Give me one sec here. Ugh. Yeah, the RX 580 is in pretty rough shape. But so, blade, roughly the size of the IHS. Clamp, soft side for PCB. All right, so it'll be something like this. All right, so like that. Pretty simple, right? Like that. Razor blade just goes in between. I'm actually gonna flip it though. So like that, right? And I can hold it. Pretty easy, right? I'm gonna put be too thick. It's already made its way in, so right? So it's already made its way in, and I haven't used any kind of force. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove the IHS just because it needs to be removed anyways. Okay. It's not gonna need much more. And you literally just put the razor blade in between the IHS and the... Generally, I'll use a little bit better of a razor blade, but it works. I need something underneath it. So that way it's not angled. You want to try to get it as flat as possible. And you're literally just going to go and it'll go in a little bit. And that's it. That's all you have to do is just do that little bit. And that little bit will pop it off. I just need something that's going to hold that up. I'm on YouTube, yeah. Yeah. This is done this I don't know how many times, and this is literally the easiest way I've found to take off these IHSs. Okay, so it's gonna be like that in between. Okay, so we got it all on, and we're just gonna slowly squeeze. All right, like I'm not using a whole lot of pressure, and you're just gonna let it work its way. I could grab my my rated for 1,500-pound clamps. These are rated for 400. So like that's why I'm saying like I don't need a whole lot of pressure. I could get my ones that are rated for 1,500 pounds because then it has like a little knob I could just lightly screw. But I need to find the protector because having this on the one side for the PCB for a little bit so that way you're not going to destroy the PCB at all. Nice have this and then have the hard side on the actual razor blade. Very good. Yeah, it's slowly working its way in. Now, one thing you don't have to worry about too on this side is you don't have to worry about the little capacitors, right? It's all flat throughout this, so you don't have to worry about it. So it's already done. It already did it by itself. Like I said, you just do a little bit of pressure. You just do a little bit of pressure and then let it hold. It'll pop off by itself. Yeah. So like I didn't put any more pressure since then, and it's in. You see how it went in? Now that's it. Ta-da! That's it. It's literally all we got to do. you take it, we can just slowly lift up. Like that. I don't know if we can show, maybe. I mean, have you seen how easy this has been so far? So you got the lid there, see? We just lightly. I mean, you can literally just put something underneath it like this, like a Q-tip. So you can lift this up, put a Q-tip underneath it like that, and that's it. Like, you just let it sit. Make sure this is pushed in. Let it sit. Put another one in. We just slowly go. Just slowly. Let's let it do its thing. You'll hear it. It'll pop. It'll start popping more and more. See how we got that now? And you just start slowly putting these in. See how easy that is now? Like, see how the blade just lifted up like that? Right? That's how easy it is. Zero damage. Zero damage. And then, like I said, just get yourself a nice thick razor blade. Ta-da! Where's Vep? Where's Vep? Ta-da! And we can clean up the core. And I'm really glad I found that way, because it's so, like, literally so easy. You just put a little bit of pressure onto it, and then just let it sit, and eventually it will just go pop by itself, and then you just start wiggling. Like I said, like a Q-tip underneath the razor blade to slightly lift it, and you just let it sit again, it'll just pull itself off. No heat, no nothing required. And I've seen people with chisels, with flathead screwdrivers, hammers, or just beating on it. It's like, man, oh my god, calm down, dog. Calm down. Oh my god, that's so brutal, man. It's so brutal. Yeah, it's just because you're like, you gotta watch the BGA balls. Because when you're hammering, right, like, it's just like destroying the BGA balls. If you just use that little bit of pressure, it has to work against all the BGA balls. When you're hammering, you can like focus it, and then you don't want to focus it. You want to distribute the pressure. Like, oh my god, the hammer method's brutal. But yeah, if you have like a clamp like this, I mean, these are, a lot of people don't have these ones, especially these ones that are rated for like 500 plus pounds. These are like universal. I can jack up small buildings with it and whatnot. I've done it. I've used 2 of them before to jack up a building. Small building, but if you can get yourself one of those and then just light clamp, let it sit. No. So, something like this as well. So these are rated for 1,500 pounds. So these Bessies, these Bessies are again, not a lot of people are gonna have these either. But these Bessies are nice because they have this, so you can set it. But it's all metal. That's why I don't really like it. And then I need to get my other pad for this section. And then another thing that's not good about it is that this swivels. You see how this swivels and then goes up and down? You don't want that. You can get one that's just flat and flat, and then you got a little bit of knob, so you can just lightly tighten it a little, like just a little bit, and then you just let it sit. It'll pop off by itself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. These are for 1,500 pounds. These little ones, just because they are the snubs. These are the snubs. That's how easy it is. This card again looks pretty clean. I'm gonna have to. I mean, it does have a tiny, tiny frown, but this one's probably just gonna need another reflow. There's no shorts. Everything looks good. It is missing some capacitors, which I'll just replace. They're not. Oh wait, I gotta fix up that one resistor right there. I gotta fix up this resistor down here. So there's one resistor. I've already put it back into place. There's one resistor right there. The one side is not connected and it was bent over. So let's just fix that up now. Remember to clean your tip. Make sure you polish your tip. I have a good one there, Nick. Yeah, it has been a while. Have yourself a good night, and we'll see you later, man. I'm just going to touch up a couple of these resistors, just make sure they are all good. Good. I'll just clean up this pad for when I put the capacitor on. It's not a big deal, though. This capacitor just for memory. It already has a whole bunch of them, so it's not like it's a big deal. So I'll just clean up the pad for whenever I put a capacitor on it. There we go. Good enough. Yeah, we got a missing capacitor or a resistor down the bottom there, which I really hope it's a missing capacitor. And I can let you know whether or not it is pretty easy by taking some resistances. Why? What is the difference between a resistor and a capacitor? Come on. Give me my good measurement. I need to get new leads. Go. Oh no, it's a resistor. We're missing a resistor. No. Well, there's your problem. Fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck fuck. So we're missing a resistor. That's really not good. Especially right there. It's the reason why my RX or my GTX 480 doesn't work. It's missing a whole bunch of resistors. I fixed up all the pulley. It was missing 9 or 10 small ceramic capacitors for filtering for data lines, and then missing a whole bunch of resistors, which I need another graphics card to find out whether or not it's going to be good, but I bought it to make an e-power out of anyway, so but yeah, missing a resistor there, which can cause it to not work. We can see, what we can do is check these. Might be able to just bridge it. Mega ohm. Mega ohm. And we're probably getting a mega ohm due to the fact this is missing that resistor. So what I'm going to do is just put a blob of solder over top of that. Just to connect them. And what I'll do, another measurement off of that, see what we're getting. 266, which is roughly what we should be getting. Yep, and then mega ohm should be gone, right? Higher mega ohm now. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, don't do what I just did. If you're not sure on the resistor, you'll have to find a datasheet or another graphics card to get a measurement for that resistor. So you'll have to remove the resistor and put a new resistor back, or like remove that resistor, take measurement of that resistor, and then replace that resistor. Now what I did was just put a blob of solder across. I did that to show that the resistor up top above where the one before it, so you got R tops, R bottoms of resistors. The R bottom is gone. R top was showing what, roughly around 7 mega ohm. All right, now we're around the 11, 12 mega ohm range. Come on, there you go. Oh, where are we going? Oh. So this one here, 266, 268, that's what we need. Now we got high mega ohm. Well, the lower the mega ohm, the lower the ohm, the higher the voltage will be coming from that. Okay? So if we raise it, if we can raise that mega ohm, we'll be lowering the voltage. Now, do you remember the GTX 670 where it had that one blob of solder, which if you didn't know any better, it would have been fine to see that. But it was actually bridging two different locations of voltages that was causing a MOSFET to get more voltage than what it needs. More voltage, more amperage, that kind of deal there. So it was overheating, and that's the reason why it would not turn on, or would not even work, or not even the core wouldn't get warm. Nothing would get warm because it was bridging it, and it was over current. Now that we have this higher, well, everyone can see here. Make sure we got this set. No, come on. Come on. Oh my god. I need to get new leads. I need new leads. There we go. Should be. I mean, this multimeter is actually pretty accurate. It'll even go down to just 0.1, but I need new leads. Now that I fixed that up, so blob the solder on this one where there should be a resistor. 266 is what we should be reading. We got 266 on other measurements too, which is what we should be reading. Then up on our bot, give it a second here. See how high it goes. Because we might have to put a resistor. Depends if this just keeps climbing. Looks like it's just going to keep climbing. It will reset though. It's kind of odd. So probably we'll have to add a resistor. I do have graphics cards I can grab one off of. All I'll do is take a resistor off. Check the resistance onto it. And these are ceramic style resistors at the bottom there. The black ones that you see. The blob of solder that I put over here. And what you have to do is take off that resistor. You have to take it off. Only way you can get proper measurement. You have to take it off, check the resistance on it, and then replace the one, our top one before the lineup. And then there you go. Because right now, what I'm getting, which is good, it's good that it's showing higher. That's also not good that it keeps going up. It's before we had 7. Or not even 7, but it would, yeah. It would stop. Now it just keeps climbing. It'll just keep climbing because, again, voltage got to go in and blah, blah, blah. It's got to do its own calculation for it, for measurement. So I'll have to fix that up. But this could possibly work. It's just not going to work forever because then it's going to hit under voltage protection. Because it's going to keep going up to where this resistor, where the voltage is going to go down, 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 down until it hits an under voltage protection, which this card probably has. NCP what? NCP 5392P. 5392P. I haven't worked on one of them yet. Probably though. I mean, it's very basic, very small resistor divider. It looks like it has vid on it. It has vid. Vid. You'll know it has vid due to the fact that it has these whole one section on one side of the controller. I have a whole bunch of resistors, and all these resistors will go to this side of the voltage regulator right here. And all these resistors go to each pin. These are in a like a series, like you got R top, R bottom for each. And then for this controller here, all these pins will be vid pins. GUI is what it is. I think it's GI or GUI for these resistors, what they're called, and that's just more or less for the voltages to let it know what it's at. And you can do vid mod on this controller if you needed to. No, that's not where the pencil goes. Not on the vid. On this side it'd be on this side. But yeah, on the controller it'd be where the pencil goes. But it'll be on this side, and so this side where it's just all resistors, like in a cluster, go to this here, which is for vid. Over here, you'll see there's some resistors and a bunch of filtering caps. Those will go to this side of the, and I don't know this controller. I've worked on so many, I already know that if I can just take a measurement, I bet I can take a measurement right now off of these resistors here. There'll be 2 resistors and a cap that go to the feedback pin. And the feedback pin resistor, our bot, is what you're gonna pencil mod. Not our top, but our bots, which is the closer resistor to it. And then you're going to pencil mod that, which will lower the resistance. And lowering the resistance will increase the voltage, because you're tricking the controller. It's like reversing. But yeah, this is another card that's going to be, I have to test out to see exactly, like, I plug the card in, and I have to have voltage meter to it while it's loading in before it gets a driver, so that way I can see what the voltage is doing on the core and memory, and then I can see whether or not it's gonna work. I'm gonna try it with that blob of solder. It's not like it's gonna hurt it. It'll either hit it over current protection or over voltage protection. There's no issue on me on doing that, and I have good power supplies too, so it's not like the big deal. That kind of sucks though, that's all I can really do on that one too. So the R9 380, I gotta do that. I have to test out the 7850. I have to I have to do some more testing on the 570. The RX 580 completely needs an overhaul on a bunch of things. New memory ICs, reball on core, or reflow. Probably just reball would be better. That way it has leaded solder instead unleaded. And I think I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save some more cards for another live stream. So I think that's gonna be almost it for this one. Yeah, crushed balls. Yeah, no joke. No joke. Crushed balls and hopefully not straight into the PCB. If it is, and those pads are done for, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck having to fix that, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, yeah. Until the pressure went. Oh, it might have fried an IC. I don't see any other like a memory IC. I don't see any kind of other damage besides those two memory chips. So I'm just hoping that if since it is AMD, it's not like we have to worry about the memory voltage going and hitting the core that way. It's just the actual ICs, the memory ICs that would be damaged. Also, the 570 is a bit longer than the 400 series. Like the 500 series, I didn't realize was that much longer. Yeah, it is. And then there's some carnage on that 460 that I already see. Oh wait, here's a 470. Oh, 470 is actually longer. Never mind. Yeah, the 470 is actually longer. But yeah, this one's got some. That's got some damage. It needs some milk. Yeah, I mean, some cards they're very very odd locations for. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I just put it all back to stock. It's getting too hot. I gotta set it up on a rad. 55 degrees idling. Idling at 55C for a 3770K. So yeah, quite warm. I bet the GTX 670 is not liking it either. If it was just the CPU in the bucket of coolant, no issues. But since the GTX 670 is in it as well, it gets too hot. No, I'm not wasting my time doing that when I'm gonna be using the cooler. I use my custom water loops. I'm not gonna waste my time doing that. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I didn't exactly do. I know it's kind of hard to show them working right off the bat, but I'll show them working, of course, especially the the 7850 there. I'll show it working, and I'll just do some quick testing on the other ones to make sure. Yeah, I mean it is 12:30. So I think we got enough done so far on some of these. Showing some of the pretty rough ones. Show how to delid a Fermi card. A Fermi or below, really. For the 200 series, you have to delid them as well, but it's very easy. Very, very, very easy. God, load. Nah, I'll set it up on RAD. I'll just hook the RAD up. Not hard to do. It's just I'll just put a RAD. Oh, yeah, we still got the 460 and 470 to do too, so gotta do those as well. 460 here. One cap completely, one side's completely over, not even attached, so that can be a problem just by looking at it. We do have the 460, 470 to do still. And Dave is still happy. Have a cool PC with industrial fridge? No, definitely not. I should put that in a dark spot. We'll turn off the soldering iron and that, because we're done with that. Let's get a load. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending the stream. It's just things are getting warm and it's not liking me right now. Oh yeah, everything's quite warm. Are they? Oh yeah, they're nice, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream because things are getting pretty rough here. And we're losing so many frames now. Yeah, hopefully everyone has a good evening themselves. Might stream sometime tomorrow, or today technically, but might stream again, we'll see. Yep. That's it for this one. Thank you all for joining, and yeah, I'll try to do some more streaming. It's just not gonna be very much. And again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.